Good day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Family Fun Weekend here at Emerald Downs. Today's track condition is fast. It's a fast track for today's racing. Here now are the changes, corrections, and scratches for this afternoon's racing program. In the first race today, a distance of 6 furlongs, there are no changes in the opener. In the second race, a distance of 5 1/2 furlongs, number 2, Hacksaw Mountain, will carry 2 pounds over. Number 4, Verde, an ownership note, add the owner of Jack Porter in addition to the existing owners for number 4, Verde. In the third race today, a distance of 6 furlongs, there are no changes in the third. In the fourth race today, a distance of 5 1/2 furlongs, an owner note for number 1, Atmospheric River. The exclusive owner should be listed as David K. Olson. David K. Olson, the exclusive owner for number 1, Atmospheric River in the fourth race. Number 3, Little to No Money, will carry 1 pound over. 1 over for number 3. Number 4, Nightline, has been scratched. Scratch number 4, Nightline. In the fifth race today, a distance of 5 1/2 furlongs, there are no changes in the fifth. In the sixth race today, a distance of 6 1/2 furlongs, there are no changes in the sixth race. And in the seventh and final race today at 6 furlongs, number 2, Higher Performance, will race with blinkers on. Blinkers on number 2, Higher Performance. Those are the changes, corrections, and scratches for today's racing program. Post time for the opener coming up in 38 minutes. Up next, it's Handicappers Corner.
Welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen. Emerald Downs, thoroughbred racing on tap today. That's what you're here for. That's why you're watching. Joe Withy, track announcer Tom Harris.
Hello, Joe. How are you today?
Good afternoon. We've got our first 3-day weekend of the season.
Yes, holiday weekend. It's going to be a wonderful card for tomorrow and Memorial Day as well. We kick things off with 7 today. You know, these are really ideal racing conditions, Joe. The sun's not out, but the horses, they kind of like this stuff.
Yeah.
They like it.
And the sun may come out. That's kind of been the forecast the last few days, to burn off and warm up. And same with tomorrow. Monday might be a little dicier weather-wise, but we'll be here Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. It's a family fun weekend. We'll get the kids out there on the track tomorrow for a kids race. We do that a couple times a year. Got a couple of giveaways coming up in the not-too-distant future as well. June 5th, Friday, is just 2 weeks from yesterday, and that is our first Friday night of racing, and we're going to have the shirt giveaway, so that's well known to our fans.
You know, I imagine you with a big storage shed somewhere just loaded with things to give away, because it seems like every day you've got something ready to go.
I have a few extra things that probably could be moved to a
like from your office,
different
maybe.
locale. Okay, that's enough.
Enough of that.
But yeah, Friday, June 5th, first race, 7 p.m. Hawaiian shirt this year for our apparel, and of course that shirt can be worn back all Fridays the rest of the season for free admission. So you get the shirt coming up on June 5th and wear that thing back for free admission. And
that's a cool looking shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice shirt.
Hawaiian shirt this year. And then June 20th will be our 30th birthday. Emerald Downs started on June 20th, 1996. So we'll celebrate our birthday on Saturday, June 20th, and we're going to have a bucket hat giveaway that day. So keep those dates in mind. Of course, July 3rd is a little more than a month away, and that is the Fireworks Spectacular. The T-Rexes are in July as well. So, yeah, a lot coming up here at Emerald Downs. And speaking of just racing today, 7 races, many of our track's top horses are in action this weekend, Tom.
Absolutely. Got Aloha Breeze coming back, and Background is in this weekend as well, among many others. It's going to be a nice weekend of racing.
Yeah, Aloha Breeze is in on Monday. She's defending horse of the meeting, and she was the first horse to win divisional honors at ages 2, 3, and 4 in Emerald Downs history. And then she did it again last year. She was top older filly or mare. So she has been divisional champion all 4 years of racing. And then her stablemate, trained by Tom Wenzel, of course, Slew's Tiz Wiz. Wow. He is in tomorrow, and he's going to face off with See That Tiger and an outstanding field. See That Tiger, now a 4-year-old.
Yes, going against some older horses. Slew's Tiz Wiz, an ageless wonder, it seems. He just when you think, well, you know, he's getting to be the peak of his performance, and then he goes and he does it again.
He has been tremendous, more than tremendous. Longacres Mile winner, multiple horse of the meeting, multiple Washington bred horse of the year, 4 consecutive Governor's handicaps. Let's listen to your call, Tom, from last year's Governors.
Wow, what an impressive horse. You know, he's so much fun to watch, Joe, and he's pretty flexible, too. He can come from well off, or he can come within striking range off the pace, and then he beats good horses like that going away.
Oh, my gosh, multiple placings in the mile. Of course, that thrilling mile victory in 2022. 4 straight Governor's Stakes victories. And his first start last year at age 7 was a tremendous victory as well, and he followed that up with the victory in the Governors and the Muckleshoot Tribal Classic. More honors for Slew's Tiz Wiz, the top Washington bred for 2025, and he is in action tomorrow. Aloha Breeze is in Monday. Some really good racing. Again, many of the track's top horses in action this weekend. Okay, let us, a reminder on the pick 6, the jackpot pick 6, the carryover is 44.77 there, so it's growing a little bit.
Yeah, starting to climb up there.
It is, and it starts in race 2 today. Races 2 through 7, the jackpot pick 6 at carryover growing. All right, let's do some handicapping. Tom's got off to a great start this year with your handicapping, so let's try again today.
First, a little quiet last week. Last weekend kind of quieted down just a little bit, but not bad. It was still okay.
A good price horse one of those 2 days last week.
We did do that, yeah.
Okay, the first race, Blue Locket, I think, for Alan
That's right,
Bozell.
Blue Locket, paid well.
First race, sprint for 4-year-olds and upward, track condition fast. Who do you like in race 1?
How about Deputy's Dancer, the 3-horse here? Alex Cruz, I think, looks to be the class of the group. Faced tougher claiming rivals last time out. Good early foot shown at Hastings Park last year. So I kind of like the way this horse comes into this race. I went 3, 4, 5.
I do too. He can do versatility, sprints, routes. Patty Leaney runner with Alex Cruz. Pistol Power, the 4. Boy, he rattled off 2 very impressive wins going 2 turns last year for Jesse Velasquez. And, he is the leading winner among active horses at Emerald Downs with his, 13 victories at this track. So welcome back, Pistol Power. On to the second race, the start of that jackpot pick 6, and non-winners at 2 here in a sprint, Tom.
I go to the inside, Joe, with DeSmoke. Kevin Krieger handles the reins here. Nice workouts for the season debut. Has really good speed, grabs the rail, stakes placed as a 2-year-old. Kevin Krieger's won on this one before.
Okay, DeSmoke, I put him in my top 3. It's a 5-horse field. I did go Calm, Cool, and Collected for Steve Bullock with Silvio Amador. That horse won here last year going a mile, and he's running fresh, but he's kept pretty good company. I think he fits here. 3-1 morning line. Third race starts the 50-cent pick 5. This is a 4 and up sprint. Starter allowance conditions and another outstanding field, Tom. Capit Daddy ended last year just really on a heater. He's a fast horse. Royal Halo loves the distance, a stretch runner. Chuckanut Bay won 3 or 4 sprints here last year. Yeah,
there's only 5 of them, but they're all pretty scrappy.
Yeah.
I went to the inside Winds of Freedom. Kevin Krieger has the call on this one. This one faced pretty tough company down at Santa Anita and Del Mar, and certainly does have the speed. I think that inside post position will help out nicely here for trainer Blaine Wright.
Okay, Kevin Krieger up there. That's an Emerald Downs debut for that horse, isn't it? Yeah. Chuckanut Bay, again, he won 3 or 4 sprints last year here, and he won a stake down at Turf Paradise. Boy, he's got a great record at this track, so I'm going to take him off a little bit of a break for Howard Gibson, Alyssa Morales aboard, but a really good 5-horse field matchup upcoming in the third. The fourth race, pick 4, late pick 4 starts here. It's an allowance at 5.5 furlongs, and He's Not Talking is in there. He won the Muckleshoot Derby last year. In fact, he's won a stake at ages 2 and 3.
Yeah, barring anything weird, he's definitely the horse to beat. I've got him on top in this one. He's going to be, I would presume, a heavy favorite coming into this one. Kevin Krieger to do the guiding. Very versatile sort. Kevin knows this horse very well, so I like He's Not Talking today.
Yeah, he's going to be a strong favorite, as you mentioned. Best horse theory, that doesn't always work in a short field due to some pace, but I'm going to go with you. His quality is high, and as you mentioned, he's versatile. So we like the favorite there in the fourth. The fifth race, 3-year-olds and up, it's a non-winners at 2 under conditions at 5.5 furlongs.
I like Convey to Me the last time out, and I'm coming right back to him this time as well. I was impressed with his run. He was simply passed in the late stages behind a horse that you picked, Cause for Divorce, who was just absolutely full of run in the stretch. And I didn't see that Convey to Me really gave it up or anything in the stretch run, just simply got passed in the final yards there as Cause for Divorce ran a really big race. And so I'll put Convey to Me on top in this one. I went 4, 6, and 7.
Okay. And I'm going to take the 5, Tavernell, who comes out of that race in which Convey to Me was second, and Got Your Six was third. He had a wide trip in that race, and it was his first out since last September. Not all that far behind Convey to Me, so at the odds difference, I think he looks pretty attractive in there for Mike Morris. Kevin Krieger on Tavernell. Sixth race is a non-winners of 2 for 4-year-olds and upward, 6.5 furlong sprint.
Going with a long shot, Joe. It's
Okay.
long shot alert here. McNamara towards the outside opens up 12-1 from off the pace. Silvio Amador will do the guiding. I think this is a good horse rider combo. Definitely not going to be a favorite into this one, so long shot price here.
Okay. There was a Washington, pretty sure he was a Washington bred, McNamara, in the 60s. And he was a multiple stakes winner. So I'm seeing that name again here, and this is a Kentucky bred this time. Tom's got a 12-1 morning line on top there with McNamara. I'm going to take the other end of the spectrum, Gentleman's Club. A little bit of a break from Santa Anita Racing. He is just 1 for 19, but at 5,000 claiming, coming off a second at Santa Anita a couple months ago, he should be tough in there. He's had plenty of training here at Emerald Downs, workouts as well. All right, the 7th and final on a Saturday is the Budweiser Purse at 6 furlongs. It's a maiden race, a field of 7, no first-time starters.
I'm going to go to Mo Gray on the inside here, Joe. This horse has shown good efforts on most outings. Inside post is a plus. Silvio Amador off to a good start this season. He has the call here for trainer Heath Lawrence. 9-5 opening up. I think maybe we'll drift up just a little bit. I think you'll see some equal play going on to some other ones in this race. So I went 1, 4, and 5.
Okay, 1 on top. Yeah, Mo Gray, I think he'll be the favorite. You know, he's 5 and 10 in the money. I put him second. I think Higher Performance has a chance to move forward. He was up against a fast pace down in Phoenix on April 9th, his most recent race. And the winner of that race, Dutton Song, shipped over from Santa Anita to win by 4 lengths. So tough spot, maiden special weight, in for a claiming tag, blinkers on. Luis Ruiz has Carlo Lopez aboard. I'll go with the 2 there in the 7th. Tom's going to call them all today. And have a great Saturday at Emerald Downs. Yeah, the Elysian Cigar Bar out at the Elysian Lookout building just behind us. You can see it right there, live shot on the other side of the paddock. Joe with you along with John Lindley as we get ready for 3 days of racing, John. And again, many of the track's best horses in action.
Yeah, 2 mile winners.
Yeah.
Background, and of course, Slu's Tiz Wiz and Aloha Breeze coming back for her another season with a blistering work tab by her. And it's going to be a fun weekend. There's going to be, we'll see as we go into the stakes races in June here what's going to happen. But it's a great weekend to have these horses running and a couple days of good weather, too.
Yeah, it's 4 weeks from our first stakes day. That'll be Sunday, June 21st. And again, top horses in action this weekend and possibly next as getting ready for those first stake events at Emerald Downs. And Slu's Tiz Wiz, great to have him back. You marvel at that horse, John. And his debut at age 7 last year was a tremendous event.
You could argue it might have been his fastest race from a figure standpoint. And of course, he's won the Governor 4 years, and hopefully we'll go for a record. It'd be hard to beat. We'll have a little Saratoga, a 4-star Dave horse, if he can do that, I would think.
Kelso incredibly won the Jockey Club Gold Cup 5 years in a row. So he's right at the top of streaks like that. But for Washington, we couldn't find anybody that had won the same stake 4 times in a row. Slu's Tiz Wiz did that last year. And as you mentioned, he's a mile winner. He's climbing the list of all-time leading Washington-bred earners. Versatile. Just gives his all out there.
Yeah, he's a great horse to have back again this year. And we've talked many times, there's some disadvantages of being all by ourselves in the Northwest, but there's some advantages, and that is these horses come back again and again. And the owners say, hey, we're going to turn them out. We're going to bring them back next year. And they've been rewarded for that, too. But we get to see them again.
Yeah, and last year's sprinter of the meet, though Slu's Tiz Wiz did win the Governors for the 4th straight time. See that, Tiger was awesome in sprints. He won all 3 of his sprint races, 2 of them stakes. So he was sprinter of the meeting last year, and he is in tomorrow against Slu's Tiz Wiz. So some great things on Sunday's card as it's family fun weekend. Let's take a look at the horses for race 1. And the first race, of course, has the start of the rolling doubles and the rolling pick 3s and the first pick 4. This is a sprint for older horses. Our Bloke on your screen there. He's the number 1 horse, and he's 2 for 6 at this track. He comes in from Phoenix on not the greatest form, but he does have that tactical run to him, John.
Yeah, he has some positives here. One is, as you mentioned already, he does like Emerald Downs, and the other is he ran okay in his first start at Turf Paradise, but tailed off a bit, and he just may have been a horse that just didn't like Arizona. He's back here. He's dropping to the lowest level of his career. He draws the 1 hole. The last time he was at $2,500, he went wire to wire here, and he's probably a step quicker out of the gate than everybody else. So we'll see if he can get back on track with his return to the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, so he did win as a favorite in the race John described at $2,500 last August here at Emerald Downs. Favored 3 times since then. One at Hastings, a couple in Phoenix. He didn't win those, but some decent efforts there. So he is coming in from Phoenix in the barn of Ian Jewell. Ian Jewell had a great season here last year, winning at 30%. Carlo Lopez aboard the 1, Our Bloke, who is a BC bred. Number 2 is Tiz Grayson. Tiz Grayson won at Grants Pass last fall, and he also won a sprint at Emerald Downs from just off the pace, broke his maiden here. So what we're saying is he had a pretty good 3-year-old season.
And much like Our Bloke, he left Emerald, went to Grants Pass, won a race, and then went to Arizona, and I hated it there apparently because he didn't hit the board in any of his races. He got a little bit of a break. He came back here and he was beaten 6 lengths at his first start, but that race was super fast for the label. Tayana House just dominated that field from start to finish. This is I think a little easier field. He may have also needed that race, but definitely the return to Emerald turned him around. We'll see if he can get his 3rd lifetime win here.
Yep, comes off a good second in his local debut for this season. There he is, Tiz Grayson, Washington bred by Grayson. That sire Grayson has just had so many really good runners up and down the coast the last 8 to 10 years. Deputy's Dancer from Patty Leaney with Alex Cruz aboard. 6 furlongs for Deputy's Dancer. He's 2 for 7 at that distance and is making his second start at this track.
And this is a much easier spot than his first start. His first start here, he ran against A View from Above, Olympic legends, some sprinters that we know really well that have done a lot of damage at Emerald Downs. And you look at his form last year, he was in the battle all the way around the track. His last race at Emerald here, he didn't really show too much. I think it was just the company. This is a lot easier company, and the fact that he's got good tactical speed bodes well for him today. Look, he also acts like a horse that may have needed a race going into that last start.
He's getting on his toes there for Patty Leaney. Alex Cruz, second time up. Yeah, A View from Above just absolutely dominated that race of May 2nd. Also on his toes is Pistol Power, the venerable Pistol Power, the Washington bred by War Power. He's the leading active winner at the track with 13 tallies at Emerald Downs, including a couple impressive wins here last year going 2 turns.
Yeah, those are big efforts by him. He went off favored his last start there and got a little tired, but those 2 routes were pretty impressive. Now, he had been off a long time prior to those 2 routes and had a couple of even prep sprints. He is 12 years old, but he likes winning races, draws outside this distance. He has a remarkably good record for. You always got to respect him.
You bet. Pistol Power for Jesse Velasquez and Jose Rodriguez up. Gianola on the outside. Finished behind Tiz Grazen in that Tano House win on opening day. Blake Nunnally back for trainer Doug Carlson as 5 go to the track for race 1.
Horses are on the track for the first race today. The first race, the neutral purse at 6 furlongs. It's a claiming event. The purse is $8,500 for 3-year-olds and upward. Post time in 5 minutes for the opener. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise, if able, and kindly remove your hats for today's national anthem. Today, our national anthem will be performed by our track bugler, Mr. Dan Harrington. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. That's Dan Harrington.
Coming up on race 1 at Emerald Downs, horses warming up. It's going to be a 6-furlong sprint for older horses. And no offense, gals out there in the audience, no female horses in today at Emerald Downs. That's extremely rare. In fact, I checked out 2025 and 2024, and we did not have a day without female horses. And often it's half the card, but that's the way it came up today, no problem. Let's go up to Tom for his selection in the first.
Here we go for the opener, Joe, at 6 furlongs, down to 5 to go postward here. I'm looking to number 3, Deputy's Dancer, who's drifted up to 3 to 1. Well, actually held steady at 3 to 1 to this point. This one, I think, is class of the group. Faced pretty tough claiming rivals in the last and has good early foot to offer, or at least he has shown us that from his efforts at Hastings Park last year. So I'll go with Deputy's Dancer, number 3, and Alex Cruz, along with Pistol Power, a horse I know you like pretty well. Possible late threat here, Gianola likes to amble from off the pace. I go 3, 4, and 5 here in the first.
Okay, Deputy's Dancer on top. Not a real strong favorite currently. 7 to 5, as I say that, drops down on our bloke. John Lindley.
Yeah, when I first looked at this race, I thought it was probably the hardest of the day. Even though it's a small field, it's pretty competitive. Even number 5, Gianola, who we didn't really get to talk about, had some trouble last race, just didn't seem comfortable being inside, and his other races would give him a big chance. But I'm going to go with number 2, Tiz Grazin. He was well beaten, but for a number of reasons, I think he'll run a significantly better race today. But even if he repeats his last race, he has a good chance to be there. But I think he'll improve. I'm going to give him a slight call on what I thought was a pretty evenly matched field to start the weekend.
Very good. And I'm going to go number 3, Deputy's Dancer. One win last year. That victory was at 6.5 up at Hastings, but a number of good efforts. And again, View from Above really dominated the May 2nd race right from the start at 5.5 furlongs. Deputy's Dancer's got that race under his belt. One race over the track now, and Alex Cruz back up. Tom and I on the 3, John's on the 2 in race 1.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the first. First one to go up, our bloke inside post. Tiz Grazin comes to join that one. Now, Deputy's Dancer Pistol Power, Gianola, last one. First race, the neutral purse, all in. Runners away. Good start from the bunch for Deputy's Dancer, who surges to the front early. Back at the inside, Our Bloke is right there in the chase. 'Tis Grazin' prompted from between horses. Up along the outside comes Pistol Power as they head on for the far turn. And stride for stride, on the inside, Our Bloke is right there just in front. Deputy's Dancer is right there now with a head's margin again. Then up to the outside, 'Tis Grazin', a tightly knit third. Back to Pistol Power as they take it around the turn and just over a quarter mile away. Deputy's Dancer out front 3/4 of a length. 'Tis Grazin' from the outside. Our Bloke follows in Pistol Power. Far back to Gianola. They come off the turn and head for home. Deputy's Dancer just in front. 'Tis Grazin' pressing from the outside, and Pistol Power gains at the rail. Deep stretch now. It's Deputy's Dancer on the inside. 'Tis Grazin'. Those two to the wire. 'Tis Grazin' up to win it by a head. Deputy's Dancer was second. Pistol Power followed Our Bloke and Gianola. Time of the race, 1:11 and 9/100ths. Unofficial order of finish appears on the totalizator board. Steward's Inquiry in the first race. That pertains to number 5, Gianola, at the start. Please hold all tickets until the results are official. In addition to the steward's inquiry, an objection has been lodged to the trainer of number 3, Deputy's Dancer, lodging a claim of foul of alleged interference against the unofficial winner number 2, 'Tis Grazin', in the stretch run. Please hold all tickets until the results are official. Finishing third in the race was number 4, Pistol Power. Fourth, number 1, Our Bloke. Once again, the running time, 1:11 and 9/100ths. First race, the neutral purse. After viewing the video replays, the stewards have ruled that there be no change made in the order of finish. The objection disallowed. In the Michelob Ultra Winners Circle, Tiz Grayson. Tiz Grayson, owned by Alexis Silva Martinez and Tristan Thompson, trained by Alexis Silva Martinez. Silvio Amador up for the winning ride. 4-year-old Bay Geldon by Grayson from Tizar. She was sired by Tiz Now. Bred here in Washington by Mr. and Mrs. William T. Griffin. Ladies and gentlemen, in the first race, number 5, Gianola, is considered a non-starter. There will be refunds in regards to number 5, Gianola, who was not afforded a fair start at the beginning of the first race. Look at the prices for the first race. Winner number 2, Tiz Grayson, $754 to win, $380 to place, $270 to show. Number 3, Deputies Dancer, $662, $330 on the place and show. Number 4, Pistol Power, $240 on the show ticket. Winning exacta, $19.84. 50-cent trifecta, $31.04. 10-cent super, $15.91. Reminder once again, number 5, Gianola. Be refunds in regards to wagers on number 5, Gianola, who was declared a non-starter in the first race. There was a claim in the first race today. The winner number 2, Tiz Grayson, was claimed. The new ownership is Jean Herodia, Elusted Flores Sandoval, Ileana Thompson. The trainer is Jorge Rosales. Number 2, Tiz Grayson, claimed from the first race. The first race today was the neutral purse. Here's a look at the photo for the win position in the opener today. Looking ahead to the second race today, a distance of 5 1/2 furlongs. The Bud Light purse, number 2, Hacksaw Mountain, will carry 2 pounds over. 2 over for number 2. Number 4, Verdi, add the ownership of Jack Porter. Jack Porter, the additional owner for number 4, Verdi, in the second race. Post time for the second race. Coming up at 2:18, less than 18 minutes until post time. Fans, don't forget this weekend, it's Family Fun Weekend presented by our good friends from Leaf Guard. It's held in the park area. Kids can enjoy the pony rides, face painting, bounce houses, and sidewalk chalk. All the activities are free. Tomorrow, in addition to all of the park activities, we'll have the kids race on the track for ages 12 and under. Family Fun Weekend this weekend here at Emerald Downs. Post time each day, 1:50. Stay up to date with everything going on here at the track. Visit our website, emeralddowns.com. Also on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and X.
Coming up on the second race at Emerald Downs, there's the odds, early odds for race 2 on your screen. And this is the start of the jackpot pick 6. And that carryover is growing gradually. It's up to $4,400 now. And again, the jackpot pick 6 at Emerald Downs is just a 10-cent wager. That's right, a dime gives you 1 horse a race for 6 straight races. You can, of course, put more horses on your ticket. You can put as many as you want. You can put the whole field, but it goes up incrementally with more horses you use. And if you have the only ticket with 6 out of 6 winners at the end of the day, you get the jackpot portion. If there's multiple winning tickets with 6 out of 6, you would share that in the secondary part of the pool, which was well over $600 last Sunday. So, yeah, for 10-cent minimum and a small increment, you can get a lot of action in the jackpot pick 6. The carryover is growing, and it starts right here in race 2. As let's take a look at the horses. Joe Withy and John Lindley. How'd they do on that, John? I think I got the info out right.
Yeah, everybody should be pretty clear on it. Now you got to go hit it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, second race. Non-winners at 2, 5.5 furlongs. Does Smoke for Ann Wisdom, making his first start since last year in his 3-year-old season, and he did pick up his maiden victory last year. It was in Phoenix, and he showed some tactical run here against some decent fields at Emerald Downs last year.
Yeah, he ran pretty quick early in those, at least 2 of the races, 21-3, 21-4. One of them he went 44 flat to the half, and those were against See the Tiger, and he's not talking. So this is a lot easier company when he makes his 4-year-old debut. He draws the rail. He shows a couple of good works, including a very fast 5-furlong works recently. 5.5 furlongs, a lot of positives. A lot of people will look his way for those reasons.
There's the 2, Hacksaw Mountain, the only 3-year-old in the race. Jose Navarro runner with Alex Cruz aboard. Hacksaw Mountain was down in Phoenix over the winter and had a third in a stake down there.
Yeah, it's interesting. He lost for maiden 10 here, but as you mentioned, went down to Arizona after winning at Grants Pass and did get some good money there for running in a third in the stakes. Kind of hard to figure where he is sprinting wise. He may be a cut below these, but it seems like he'll be closing at the end here, and we'll see what he does.
Okay, yeah, he was here last year. Hacksaw Mountain, a little bit of a break from that last start in March. Number 3 there is Kyalum. Kyalum by Lent, BC bred, and Lent by Pulpit has done some really good work up there. And that horse at age 3 last year had some good races. Yeah,
he showed a lot of talent. He took him a couple races to break his maiden, and then he ran in some restricted stakes for apparently just for 3-year-olds there, but they were open company. They were, 4 and 6 horse field, but ran great in both of them. This seems like a pretty good spot to make his 4-year-old debut for a barn that's had all of their horses on the track do well so far.
Yeah, third stakes place behind Ron DeLito, going 2 turns, so he's going to sprint fresh for Mark Cloutier. Carlo Lopez up. Verdi had a win, a maiden victory on the grass down in Phoenix, so it's his second start against winners from the Frank Lucarelli barn. And calm, cool, and collected, there he is on the outside. The Chestnut by Collected with Silvio Amador. Stocking type style, had some good efforts last year at Emerald Downs, picked up his maiden win here going a mile.
Horses are on the track for the second race today in the Bud Light Purse. A distance of 5.5 furlongs. It's a claiming event. Purse of $16,000. It brings out 3-year-olds and upward. They'll be off and running in 5 minutes, just over 5 to post. And ladies and gentlemen, here are the revised prices from the first race today. You'll see those on the monitors located throughout the facility. Those are the revised prices after number 5 Gianola in that first race was declared a non-starter. There's the new set of prices on the monitors throughout the facility.
Second race at Emerald Downs starts that jackpot pick 6, so you've got a few minutes to get that wager in. Races 2 through 7 today. It's a sprint for 3-year-olds and up at 5.5 furlongs. There's a look at Kyalam from trainer Mark Cloutier, 9-5 morning line favorite, with some good experience at Hastings last year. This is his Emerald Downs debut, first race since last August. Let's head up to Tom.
Well, Joe, John Lindley photoed us out in that last race, that John Lindley guy. We'll do that to you. But you know what? We should have got together with him. We'd have had the exacta.
Yeah, we had those one too. So not too far off, but John's aced us out before. It'll happen. It'll happen again.
He's capable of that, that's for sure. Well, turning the page to the second, I'm going to go to the smoke on the inside here. This one nice works for the season opener. Has the solid speed, grabs the rail. Was a stakes placed 2-year-old, and Kenny Krieger has won on this horse before. I'll put the smoke on top with the benefit of that rail position. Tom Poole collected, looks pretty good in this race as well. Faced tough ones last year. Placed 5th in last year's Muckleshoot Derby. Recent work on it good as well. I go 1, 5, and 2 here in the second.
Okay, the smoke on top for track announcer Tom Harris. John?
Yeah, another tricky race for me with some unknowns here, including the smoke and, of course, Hacksaw Mountain, who coming off a stakes third a couple races back. But I'm going to go with the Canadian Invader. I know he's 4 years old and he didn't make it to the races till 3, but every one of his races last year were great, and I think this is slightly easier company than he ran against after breaking his maiden. I give him a slight call, and again, a really tough race for me.
Well, Kyalam, the 3, your selection. He ran 3rd to Rondolito in the Chris Loseth, and then 4th of 6 in the Sir Winston Churchill up there. Tough races. The top races for 3-year-old. Rondolito is in against Sleuth Tiz Whiz and See That Tiger here tomorrow. I'm going to take number 5, A Third Opinion, calm, cool, and collected. Stocking closing style, but some good efforts at both sprint and route distances last year. Silvio Amador up for Steve Bullock. I think he can build a little bit on his improving races last year. I'll go 5. John goes 3. Tom 1 in the second.
And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. Post time for the second race, the Bud Light Purrs. To Smoke inside post and Hacksaw Mountain. Kyalum strolls to the mark, and Verdi will be the next one to go. Verdi under Jose Rodriguez. Last one up, Calm, Cool, Collected. Calm, Cool, and Collected, Silvio Amador. They're right at the gate door. Now they're in. Charging the door, number 5, Calm, Cool, and Collected. They'll bring him back around. He'll step in once again. Now back to the line. And runners away. Good start for To Smoke at the inside, hustled off the mark. Far outside, Calm, Cool, and Collected is right there to engage in second by a length. Then we have Kyalum racing next to Hacksaw Mountain. Second last at the tail is Verdi. They're 7 front to back, a half mile away as they run on for the far turn. To Smoke at the inside, met by Calm, Cool, and Collected. Those two in a seesaw battle with Kyalum right behind in third. Still 2.5 or 3 to Hacksaw Mountain and Verdi, some 7 or 8 away as they run to the top of the stretch. Quarter mile to go as they run to the head of the lane. To Smoke at the inside, just in front. Calm, Cool, and Collected is on the outside. Kyalum's just 2.5 off the beat. They head for home now with a furlong to go. To Smoke, Kevin Krieger holding them at bay. Calm, Cool, and Collected chasing from the outside. 100 yards to go. It'll be down to these two, and To Smoke on the inside just in front. It is To Smoke to win it 1.25 lengths from Calm, Cool, and Collected. Verdi rushing up into third. Hacksaw Mountain followed. Kyalum was next. Time of the race, a quick minute 3 and 57 100ths. Unofficial order of finish on the board for the second race. Finishing first, it was number 1, To Smoke. Second was number 5, Calm, Cool, and Collected. Up for third, number 4, Verdi. And fourth, number 2, Hacksaw Mountain. The second race today was the Bud Light Purrs. Running time of the race, 1 minute 3 and 57 100ths. Results official. The official winner, number 1, To Smoke. Into the Michelob Ultra Winners Circle comes To Smoke. Owned by Ann Wisdom and Jamie Johnson. Trained by Ann Wisdom. Ridden to victory by Kevin Krieger. A 4-year-old bay gelding by Conveyance from DeBurn. She was sired by Forestry. To Smoke was bred here in Washington by Dunbar Ranch, LLC. And a look at the prices for the second race winner. Number 1 To Smoke, 562, 376, 262 across the board. Number 5, Calm, Cool, and Collected, 414 to place, 254 to show. Verdi was third. Number 4, returning $2.48 to show. The exacta, $11.53. 2-1 early double, $10.60. 50-cent trifecta, $9.85. The 10-cent super, $4.41. And ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to direct your attention to the Michelob Ultra Winners Circle for our Valpak Jockey of the Week Award. With a victory atop Chase in last Sunday's fourth race, Kevin Krieger became only the 11th jockey to win 500 races at Emerald Downs. Our Jockey of the Week, Kevin Krieger. And in the winner's circle, it's time for Los Margs Cafe Groom of the Week Award. Jose Diaz, a veteran groom for trainer Vince Gibson, is the Los Margs Cafe Groom of the Week. He scored a big win last week as Benny Buckets led Gate to Wire for a 3 1/4 length victory. Hats off to Jose Diaz, our Groom of the Week. Hey fans, First Bet is giving you up to a $250 sign-up bonus when you open an account with the promo code EMD200. That's EMD200. And bet $1,000 in your first 60 days. That's a 20% rebate on your first $1,000 wagered. Download the First Bet app today. That's 1/STBet today to get started. And remember to use the promo code EMD200 to claim your exclusive bonus. Download the app now and bet today. First Bet. And race fans, it's getting to be that time of the year. Emerald Downs giving you a chance to be a star athlete on national TV. All you need to do is wear a T-Rex costume on Sunday, July the 12th. There are races for kids, adults, and seniors. The races will be broadcast on ESPN2 later in the summer. You can sign up today at emeralddowns.com.
And back above the paddock before race 3 at Emerald Downs, and some talented 6-furlong horses here in the 3rd for sure. Also, the 4th race will be our Saturday feature. The top name in there, of course, He's Not Talking, won the Muckleshoot Derby last year. Oversee That Tiger. And He's Not Talking was also a sprint stake winner as a 2-year-old.
And he ran second to See That Tiger in his first start last year, and we just saw a horse that ran against See That Tiger do pretty good in the races. So that kind of bodes well for A, him, the horses we're talking about, and B, maybe See That Tiger tomorrow when he takes on probably the top sprinter in Emerald Downs history.
Slews Tiz Wiz. Yeah, See That Tiger versus Slews Tiz Wiz and others in there. That will be one to anticipate on the Sunday card. And Monday as well, racing at 1:50 p.m. Aloha Breeze, our defending horse of the meeting, is in action against some solid fillies and mares on Monday. But we've got some top sprinters here in this 3rd race under starter allowance conditions. A field of 5. This will be the start of the 50-cent pick 5 on Saturday. Pick 5 wagering as that jackpot pick 6 kicks off with the favorite to Smoke. We had a 4-way tie among top jockeys heading into this weekend, and 2 of those, Silvio Amador, Kevin Krieger, already with a win on the card. There's a look at Winds of Freedom. He'll be running here for the first time. He's been a Southern California sprinter with 9 of 16 in the top 3 on dirt fast tracks, and has tactical speed. He ran at Santa Anita a little less than 2 months ago.
Yeah, it looks like he was claimed back for $10,000 by his current connections who probably wanted to run him at Emerald. Then he had 2 significantly troubled trips, and then last race he went off 20-1. It looks like it was just a little tougher company. Got involved in a speed duel where closers dominated. Now this is a little easier company, draws the rail, and as you mentioned, had a great record when he had some good trips a few races back. We'll see if he can bounce back today.
Okay, yeah. In those 2 races, you mentioned a couple troubled trips. He didn't get near the lead early like he usually does. It looks like he did have trouble early in those races.
Yeah, and obviously put him at a disadvantage. He still ran good for 3rd, and then like I mentioned last race, the fact that he went off 20-1 tells me that was a really salty bunch of horses, and he got involved in a speed duel, held all the way till the stretch, and then got tired. So you can forgive him there. So he's got some excuses, and he's got a good overall record.
Set a couple works here at Emerald Downs for trainer Blaine Wright. Kevin Krieger aboard. There's the 1, Winds of Freedom by Stanford, Calbred 4-year-old. Solid 3-year-old season. Just the 1 win, but 6 of 9 in the top 3. Number 2, Capit Daddy. He won on opening day here at Emerald Downs in 2025. And then, 3 solid tries, but boy, his last couple races, he really strutted his stuff.
Yeah, he seemed to get better and better as the year went on, and as you mentioned, his last 2 races, he was super impressive. His last race, he goes 21-1 and was able to run 108-1, which is racehorse time there. He was favored that day, but you still have to go out there and do it and prove it, and that was a big effort. We saw Dad's Caps have done very well on this surface here, and if he can repeat his last start or maybe improve of it going his 4-year-old year, he's going to be pretty formidable.
Yeah, he is a fast horse. Dad's Cap won on August 31st last year in that fast time. And a quick win the race before that. So training for his 4-year-old debut in the barn of Elodio Madrigal. Silvio Amador is back to ride. Royal Halo, boy, some nice closing victories here at Emerald Downs last year, John. He won 2 at 6 furlongs, and you glance over to the right, he's 5 for 10 at this distance.
Yeah, he ran a big stretch run to outrun Code Charlie back in July last year after kind of an upset win sprinting a couple races prior to that. You know, he's eligible for these $10,000 starters, even though he could actually qualify for $4,000 starters still. This is a tough field of starters, but he's got a potent stretch kick, and we'll see if he can get a hot pace, which he might with 3 horses that kind of like to be on the lead. That's going to set him up. We'll see if that gets the job done in the stretch.
That's right. He's going to have a pace to run into for trainer Mary Perrone and rider Lenny Ciceron. Royal Halo. couple of 6 furlong sprint wins with big finishes here. He also finished well going a mile, but he's at his best distance today of 6 furlongs. Off the bench, first start of the year for Royal Halo. Chuckanet Bay was really impressive last year, to say the least. 3 for 4 in sprints here in 2025, and last fall he won a stakes race at Turf Paradise.
Yeah, you look at his record last year here, he ran 3 big races, then he was up without Lasix, ran against Luz Tizwiz, and didn't fare well. Then they tried to rout him, and then he went down to New Mexico and dominated a couple starter allowances, went back to Turf Paradise, and as you mentioned, won the restricted stakes there, and then kind of tailed off. Well, last year he had the same kind of scenario. He kind of tailed off in January, and he got a break till May, and he came out and ran huge. Here he tailed off in February. He gets a break to May. We'll see if he comes out and runs huge.
Yeah, there he is, son of Abraj, 6-year-old, 11 for 33 lifetime, 6 wins last year from 10, and didn't fare well in the Governors, but he can stalk a pace if need be. Chuckanet Bay for Howard Gibson and Alyssa Morales aboard. And then Barrister Proof is on the outside. He's a stalking closing sprinter coming off a win in Phoenix.
Yeah, and he did it out of the 1 hole, which has not been the ideal scenario. That was a big race, and it looks, and drawn to 1 hole and able to hold the lead in the stretch, earned a good figure. Now he is eligible for 10,000 starter. That was a non-winner of 3. This is a race with a lot of horses that have won a lot of races, a much tougher field, but that outside draw gives his riders some options. And he looks like he's lightly raced for being 5 years old, so he still has some room to keep getting better.
Yeah, he broke his maiden at Ferndale on the California Fairs, and he has run well against winners at Turf Paradise for the most part. And that is Carlo Lopez getting aboard for Jim Gilmore. Field of 5 headed to the track for the Elysian Brewing Purse.
Horses are on the track for the 3rd race today in the Elysian Brewing Purse. 3rd race, a distance of 6 furlongs. A starter allowance event, purse of $14,000. It's for 3-year-olds and upward. It'll be off and running in 5 minutes. Post time in 5.
third race. Some speedsters going to break from the gate in a few minutes here in the Elysian Brewing Purse. Some very capable sprinters on this level. 6 furlongs coming up, the start of the 50-cent pick 5. And track announcer Tom Harris coming off a good winning selection with De Smoke. And Tom, just a good sprint coming up, and then the 4th race as well, some top horses.
Yeah, we're getting into the meat of the program now, Joe. That's for sure. You're right. Capable bunch of sprinters here. Nice race all the way around. 6 furlongs. I'm going to give the edge to number 1 here, Winds of Freedom. Kevin Krieger straight out of the winner's circle from the last race. He'll have the call on this one. Winds of Freedom facing those tough rivals down south at Santa Anita and Del Mar. This one does have the speed, draws that beneficial inside post. I think we'll like the distance for trainer Blaine Wright. Capit Daddy's a tough one as well. Chuckanut Bay, we've seen so many times before. Yeah, I think we're in for a dandy here. 1, 2, and 4 for me in the 3rd.
Okay, Winds of Freedom on top, and 5-1 right now, but the dynamic morning line points him out at 2-1 at post time, and that dynamic morning line is extremely accurate, so expect him to come down considerably from those odds, which could send some others up. Let's go to John Lindley.
Yeah, I'm going to take the dynamic morning line, and I believe Vince's morning line favorite, and that's number 4, Chuckanut Bay. When he's on his game, he is one tough sprinter, and it's the same pattern as last year. He kind of tailed off into Paradise, gets a little bit of a break, draws an outside post. He's facing some tougher horses than he did last year when he made his comeback, but those numbers are pretty solid, and he's, to me, the horse to beat.
Yeah, and the rider on Chuckanut Bay can see how the race is unfolding. He does not have to have the lead, though he is fast. He draws outside Capit Daddy, who could well be part of this pace. I'm with you on Chuckanut Bay. Just, after Emerald Downs, wins in New Mexico, wins in Arizona, a stake win in Arizona. He's back at a track where he has done so well. John and I on the 4, Tom's on the 1 here in race 3.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time for the third. Third race today, the Elysian Brewing Purse at 6 furlongs. Winds of Freedom, first one to go in. Royal Halo steps up to the mark. Chuckanut Bay moves forward. Open slot for Capit Daddy, one off the rail. Now Capit Daddy to join them. Barrister Proof will take the outside position. Now the third. All set. And runners away. Steadied at the start. Winds of Freedom. Good start for Capit Daddy, who rushes to the front. Met by Chuckanut Bay from the outside, tracking a snug second. The far outside, Barrister Proof follows. Gathered up after a sluggish beginning, Winds of Freedom gains at the rail. 3 parts to Royal Halo. They're only 3 front to back, less than a half mile away, and they run on for the far turn. They run the opening quarter in 22 and 32 100ths, and around the turn they go. Battle for the lead here. Chuckanut Bay, the outside, is just in front. Capit Daddy at the inside. Those two run together. Winds of Freedom is back in third as they come off the turn and head for home. Chuckanut Bay with a shake of the reins from Alyssa Morales takes the lead now from the outside. A furlong to go, and Chuckanut Bay opens up a length and a half. Capit Daddy chasing. Back third, Winds of Freedom. Chuckanut Bay holding on. Here's the line. Chuckanut Bay to win at a length. Capit Daddy was second. Winds of Freedom third. Barrister Proof followed, and Royal Halo. Time of the race, 1:08 and 69 100ths. Unofficial order of finish on the board for the third race today. Finishing first, it was number 4, Chuckanut Bay. Second came number 2, Capit Daddy. Third was number 1, Winds of Freedom. And finishing fourth was number 5, Barrister Proof. Running time in the race was a fast 1:08 and 69 100 Third race today, the Elysian Brewing Purse. Results are official. Into the Michelob Ultra Winners Circle, Chuckanut Bay. Chuckanut Bay is owned by Rima Racing Incorporated, trained by Howard Gibson. Alyssa Morales in the saddle for the win. A 6-year-old dark bear, brown gelding, by a barrage from Zinovich. She was sired by Private Gold. Chuckanut Bay was bred here in Washington by Nina and Ron Hagen. Here's a look at the prices for the third race today. Winner number 4, Chuckanut Bay. $496 to win, $244, $210 across the board. Number 2, Cap It Daddy, second, $288, $226. Number 1, Winds of Freedom, $214 on the show ticket. Dollar exacta worth $6.15. Rolling double, $8.03. 50-cent trifecta, $5.33. 10-cent super, $1.89. Early pick 3, $14.95. And race fans, it's time for the Muckleshoot Casino and Resort Owner of the Week. Vicki Wilson's Mischief Racing notched an eye-catching victory last week with Tax Code. The 7-year-old gelding ran the fastest 5.5 furlongs of the season while winning last Saturday's $25,000 featured event. Tip of the hat to our Owner of the Week, Mischief Racing. And the Wabred of the Week award, bred by Rick and Debbie Pabst, Subtle Shimmer, overcame an early stumble to win Sunday's $24,000 allowance feature. 3-year-old by conveyance, Subtle Shimmer was stakes placed twice as a 2-year-old. And Subtle Shimmer is our WTBOA Wabred of the Week. Coming up, the 4th race today, the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse at 5 1/2 furlongs. Number 1, Atmospheric River. The owner should be listed as David K. Olson. Number 3, Little to No Money, will carry 1 pound over. Number 4, Nightline, has been scratched. Scratch number 4, Nightline, from the 4th race. Post time for the 4th race coming up at 3:19, just over 20 minutes until post time. Fans, don't forget, watch, wager, and win at Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort, located just minutes from Emerald Downs. That's Caesars Sportsbook. Don't forget, if you have a fast-crawling baby, you can sign up for the 2026 Diaper Derby. That'll take place on Sunday, July the 5th. Register at emeralddowns.com today. The Diaper Derby coming up. Don't forget, that's Sunday, July the 5th. You can get all the details at emeralddowns.com. And the Muckleshoot Gold Cup Indian Relay races return for 3 thrilling days, June 12th, 13th, and 14th. Get your tickets today at emeralddowns.com.
Back above the paddock for race number 4, it's the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse. And a field of 4, take out number 4, Nightline scratch. So a field of 4 here. He's not talking. The number 5 horse is going to be a strong favorite in here. John, he has been there on the big days. Both his career victories are stakes races. And this is not a stake race, but it's his first start of the year, and he's not the type to go straight to the front. So, it's a decision to be made by Kevin Krieger at some point in the race. But it's the best horse theory as well.
Yeah, and drawn outside, and the fact that you mentioned earlier today that he's won at 5.5, and he has been relatively near the lead, and there's not a lot of pace in here. If we had a horse like Chuckanut Bay or Capit Daddy in here, you'd be like, that one may be pretty formidable. We don't, obviously. This is a completely different race. And by the way, that last time, 109.3, give credit to the top 2 horses there. That is super fast time for today and for, well, we'll see how the rest of the weekend goes.
108.3.
108.3, I meant to say. And Capit Daddy, didn't quit when he got past. He kept at him, and, he picked up where he let off. So those 2 horses are going to do some damage. But you're right. He's not talking. He's clearly the horse to beat. That Muckleshoot Derby was an impressive win. Obviously, he might be a little better going longer, but his sprints are pretty solid.
Yes, indeed. And Kevin Krieger gave him a heck of a ride in the Muckleshoot Derby last year at Emerald Downs. Anytime you see that Tiger, you have accomplished something. Doug McPhee, runner, he's not talking. Let's take a look at the field for the 4th race, the start of our late pick 4, races 4 through 7. Again, racing tomorrow and Monday. First race each day at 1:50 p.m. Tomorrow, 2 outstanding allowance races. Of course, Sleuth's Tiz Whiz against See That Tiger. Certainly worth the price of admission tomorrow. And defending horse of the meeting, Aloha Breeze, is in Monday. There's a look at Atmospheric River, who has a couple wins. This is a condition non-winners of 2 with a Washington bred clause. This horse can stalk, has won a couple of close ones to his credit. One of those was a maiden win at Emerald Downs here last year.
Yeah, he ran okay at the end of last year. He got that second, which kind of bodes well. A lot of horses, once they run second in the maiden race, are probably about ready to break their maiden, which he did. Beat Tiz Dynamic that 2025 at the end. And then towards the end of, well, not the end of Turf Paradise, but he ran against some pretty tough fields, was able to beat one, and then ran a couple even races against pretty strong open company races. Now this is a completely different race, as we've talked about. It's 5.5 sprint. I'm not saying it's too short for him, but it might be too short for him. It's just he looks like he's been running against maybe better horses, but the distance might be a little bit. We'll see. He does come off a short rest, and he goes for a barn that has him ready off those short rests, and a lot of people might look his way, and we'll see if he's able to get in contention into the stretch. And if he's in contention in the stretch, he's going to be pretty formidable at the finish.
There he is. Atmospheric River. He's a Washington bred by Grayson out of Emerald Downs Stakes winner Pippa Bo Peep. Silvio Amador up today for Charles Essex on Atmospheric River. First start in about, 2.5 months or so, since some good efforts at various distances down at Turf Paradise. Now Cato is a first-time Emerald Downs runner up from Phoenix as well, coming off his maiden victory.
Yeah, it looks like he was just getting better with every race, at least from a figure standpoint, and then they put him in a turf race, and it just kind of blitzed the field there. A nice 6-1 price on him, and for a horse that really wasn't bred for the turf, although he did have unusual heat on the mare's side out of a Scat Daddy mare, which, they tend to be sprinters, but he's on the improve. A little tougher company, clearly, going from maiden to a non-winner 2 when you face a stakes winner. But the fact that is that he can sprint, and we'll see if he can threaten here in the stretch.
He's passed quite a few horses in his efforts, made the special weight races and the optional maiden claimer down there in Phoenix. So he raced not that long ago, just a month ago down in Arizona. Sergio Perez in charge. Frank Alvarado up on Now Cato. There's the 3 little to no money from Howard Gibson with Adrian Castellanos, and broke his maiden down at Phoenix last December. Tried a couple of stakes races there.
Yeah, it looks like, he has a little bit of tactical speed. He was able to break his maiden in his second start, then showed good speed in the Lawson Fog, which is a restricted race down there. Added Lasix and kind of improved a little bit for a third, and then last race just maybe didn't like routing. He does have early speed in a race where at this point nobody else has gone to the lead, at least in the first quarter mile, so we'll see him early. We'll see if he can stick around late. This is a much tougher spot than he's been facing, however.
He's been off about 3 months since racing in Phoenix. Castellanos aboard and scratched the 4. He's not talking. Doug McPhee, Kevin Krieger back up. Krieger rode him to victory in the Muckleshoot Derby. A really well-judged ride there, going 1 mile and a 16th. And again, a sprint stake winner as a 2-year-old. He'll be the heavy favorite today as we go to the track for the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse.
Dan Harrington's called to post for the 4th race today, the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse. A distance of 5 1/2 furlongs. It's an allowance event. Purse of $24,000 for 3-year-olds and upward. Reminder that number 4, Nightline, has been scratched. They'll arrive at the gate in 5 minutes. Post time 5 away.
Fourth at Emerald Downs starts our 50-cent late pick for the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse. It's a 5 1/2 furlong sprint. Scratch number 4, and he's not talking. 4 to 5 right now. The dynamic morning line has him less than that, which is not a surprise. He's a stake winner here at ages 2 and 3. This is his 4-year-old debut, and let's go up to Tom.
Yeah, Joe, you're right. He's not talking. That's the horse I like as well here. And why not? He's not talking because he does all of his talking on the racetrack. He's been very impressive towards the end of last season, actually through and through. Out of all 10 starts, he showed hearty efforts all the way. Was 4th in the Muckleshoot Tribal Classic last year after winning the Derby to close out the season in those 2 races. But certainly a nice horse, very versatile sort. Kevin Krieger on board. Solid connections. Gonna go with that one. 5, 1, and 3.
Fair enough. 5 on top for Tom. John?
Yeah, it's super hard to get past him. I know a lot of people will look at a horse that ran his best lifetime race routing and go, okay, it's a sprint. We got, the Long Acres Mile coming up. This is kind of what the point it is. But if you look at his very first race off a layoff last year, he was 4 wide all the way around the racetrack that day and was only beaten 5 lengths by a horse that doesn't lose too often sprinting, who we're going to see probably tomorrow. So that effort there, I think, is good enough to win. Now that he's 4, hopefully he'll improve off of it. If that's the case, he'll hopefully not disappoint anybody, because the morning line, or the dynamic morning line, is going to have him at 1 to 5, and we'll see if that's the case. He sure looks good on the track today.
Okay, and you've got Atmospheric River second. I put Little to No Money second. A little bit of a break, showing good early run in his sprints down in Phoenix, but I'm with He's Not Talking as well. Kevin Krieger got to know this horse well last summer, and just a really well-judged ride in our Muckleshoot Derby. That was, of course, a mile to 16th, but Krieger knows his horse flesh, and we're going to go with the heavy favorite, all three of us. He's Not Talking in the 4th.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the 4th. Muckleshoot Casino Resort purse at hand as Atmospheric River takes position. Now Cato steps up to the line. Little to No Money the next one. He's Not Talking. Outside of that makes up the quartet. They're in the gate. broke his one. Inside, Atmospheric River, little to no money. Now Cato there with He's Not Talking from the outside, 4 off the rail. There are only 2 top to bottom up the backstretch they go. And at the inside, Atmospheric River is there in stride with now Cato from between horses. 1 from the outside, little to no money, and He's Not Talking begins to stir now just over 3/8 of a mile away. It's now Cato who opens up on the front end. Now Cato shakes loose by a length and a half, make it 2. Little to no money is right behind with a 1/4 mile to go. Up from the outside, He's Not Talking to Atmospheric River, and they round the turn and run for home. Now Cato kicks off the turn just in front. Little to no money in the chase. Middle of the racetrack comes He's Not Talking. He's Not Talking, trying to cut into the margin. Atmospheric River charging up at the rail. Mad dash to the finish. Atmospheric River, and He's Not Talking. Atmospheric River on the inside, the winner. He's Not Talking to little to no money. Now Cato at the tail. Time on the board, 1:04 and 11/100ths. Photo finish in the 4th race. There is a photo. Photo showing number 1, Atmospheric River, the winner. Number 5, He's Not Talking, was second. Number 3, Little to No Money, finishes third. And number 2 now, Cato, is fourth. Again, the running time, 1:04 and 11/100 4th race today, the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse. Results official. Into the Michelob Ultra Winners Circle, Atmospheric River. He's owned by David K. Olson, trained by Charlie Essex. That's a riding double today for jockey Silvio Amador. 4-year-old Chestnut Gelding by Grazen from Pipaboo Peep. She was sired by Harbor the Gold. Bred here in Washington by Dave and Linda Olson. a look at Mount Rainier as we have the prices for the fourth race. Number 1, Atmospheric River, $9.50 on the win, $2.60 to place, no show wagering. Number 5, He's Not Talking, $2.10 on the place ticket. Third came number 3, Little to No Money. Winning exacta, $5.45. 4-1 rolling double, $9.24. 50-cent trifecta, $6.77. The 10-cent super, $1.93. Winning pick 3, $14.47. Early pick 4 today worth $52.07. Coming up, the fifth race today, the Leaf Guard purse at 5 1/2 furlongs. No changes in the fifth race. Post time for the fifth race at 3:50. 22 minutes until post time. Time to go trackside. Here's Joe Withy.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, the Muckleshoot Casino purse, Atmospheric River, starts off 2026 on a great note with that victory under Silvio Amador. Trainer Charles Essex, owner breeder Dave Olson. Dave, what would have Silvio and Charlie said if they were able to stick around?
What's that?
No, okay. I don't think I've ever said that down here. But anyway, a great win. And of course, you and your wife raced Pippa Bo Peep, who produced Stay Sassy, our top Washington filly or mare last year. So you've got another good one. I see he's had 3 close finishes, and Atmospheric Rivers won each time.
Yeah, pretty proud of another one of Pippa's babies.
Yes, indeed. And did Charlie say he was progressing pretty well this spring in his training?
You mean Atmospheric River? Yeah, he did.
It was a good route. You beat He's Not Talking, who's not easy to beat. So you're used to beating good horses the last couple years here. Congratulations.
Yeah, we've been real fortunate. And,
Dave Olson, the owner of Atmospheric River, ridden by Silvio Amador and trained by Charles Essex. They're busy in the next race, but Dave will keep smiling here for a few more minutes at least. That's the feature on Saturday. Yeah, Las Margaritas just around the corner from Emerald Downs, out our main entrance to the south. The light at 15th, just take a left, go down the hill, and it's the first light around the corner there. Very popular Mexican restaurant here in Auburn. And of course, Las Margs is the Quarter Shoot Cafe now. And that is open to the public Wednesday through Sunday. You can park on the west side of the building, just north of the racetrack, Las Margs. Some great cuisine there as well. So we are moving along after, well, the second favorite beat, He's Not Talking there, as just about every one of them had a chance there at the top of the stretch. Atmospheric River got it. Trainer Charles Essex and rider Silvio Amador involved here in the fifth as well with Convey Me, who's the morning line favorite. There's a look at Street Gun. This is a sprint for non-winners at 2 under conditions, 3-year-olds and up. Street Gun is the one, and he's running here for the second time. We did see him a couple of weeks ago where he was on the lead early in a 8,000 non-winners at 2. My Vino won it. And of course, My Vino is the only 2-time winner at the meeting so far, John.
Yeah, and if you look at his form, he's going to probably prefer 5.5 over the 6 furlong race that he did last time, and he actually held on okay there until the last, 16th of a mile. Got a little tired for 5th, but he draws the rail. He also may be a step quicker than the other horses early, and that bodes well for him too. You get loose on the lead like you're able to do with the Smoke horse in the second race today, the Smoke. You're going to be tough to get caught, and we'll see if that's the case with him.
Howard Gibson runner, Street Gun. Adrian Castellanos is back aboard. Castellanos, one of 4 riders heading into this 3-day weekend at Emerald Downs that had 6 victories heading into this weekend. Amador, Krieger, Carlo Lopez, and Castellanos all with 6 wins. Amador with a couple wins early today. There's Street Gun. Just Gotta Shine is the 2 for trainer Debbie Van Horn. Won a couple races at Tillamook last summer, and we have seen him at Emerald Downs, 4th and a 5th here last year in Maiden Company, but Maiden no longer after the Tillamook wins.
Yeah, last race when he had that short break from January to May, he was wide throughout and just was never into contention. Now he's going to be a big price, and he has been a big price in a lot of his races at Emerald here, but at least he moves inside today. Maybe he saves a little ground, and maybe he can get a hot pace to run at and pass some horses in the stretch.
And Debbie Van Horn, the trainer, has apprentice Talia Timontois aboard. Second time Timontois on Just Gotta Shine. Second start off a several month break, so certainly could improve. Klimt is that son of Quality Road who, you see that $400 stud fee for a son of Quality Road, but, he's had winners all around the country, Klimt has. He's been a stallion seen in past performances for, close to 10 years now. Field of 7 in the 5th. This is the start of the last pick 3 on Saturday, and those pick 3s have just a 12% takeout. Draw Nigh is the 3. Draw Nigh, Emerald Downs debut from a horse up from Los Alamitos where he won in February. He's had just 1 start since then. Yeah,
he finally kind of threw to second back in January. Then in February, as he mentioned, was able to break his maiden. Then ran against Winders, had some trouble in that race. Went off 13-1, and those fields can be pretty strong after you've broken your maiden at Los Al. Now, this is easier company. It's kind of hard to figure where he fits because we've only seen him at 1,000 yards. Once he ran 5.5 and he didn't fare well, but he may have bled that day, or he was on Lasix and next and he turned from 2 to 3, so kind of an unknown there. Just an unknown horse for me. Don't really know where he figures. Might have some early speed, which would bode well.
Draw Nigh, trained by breeder Terry Eaton, who also trained the sire Last Draw, the son of Lemon Drop Kid. There's the 4. Convey to Me, the gray son of Conveyance, coming off a second at Emerald Downs and won not that long ago down in Phoenix.
Yeah, made a big move on the turn to take the lead. Looked like he was going to win easily, and then Cause for Divorce ran him down at the end for an upset winner there, but that was a big effort. It's his, a good second after breaking his maiden 3 races back, and then his first try against winners, he didn't fare well. He did get, he had a little trouble at the start, and then on the turn, like I mentioned, he moved right up and took the lead. We'll see if he can get a little better rationing of his speed and get that nice stalking trip, and if he does get the lead, hold on to it at the end.
Charles Essick, Silvio Amador, there's the 5. Krieger up for trainer Mike Morris. Tavernell, not that far behind Convey to Me and got your 6.
No, and he needed a race, and in that day, he did get a relatively perfect trip. There was that speed duel up front. He sat on the inside, angled out, and ran namely. He's going to have to improve.
There's the 6 Chick Command for Ian Jewell. He's on his toes. It'll be his first start in about a month and a half, and his Emerald Downs debut. Carlo Lopez, and got your 6 on the outside, finished a couple lengths behind Convey to Me 2 weeks ago in that sprint here at Emerald Downs. He's got tactical speed as well. Now in the barn of George Rosales as we go to the track for race 5.
Horses on the track for the 5th race today. It's the Leaf Guard, purse at 5 1/2 furlongs. Claiming event, purse of $9,000. It's for 3-year-olds and upward. They'll arrive at the gate in 5 minutes. 5 minutes until post time.
Race number 5 at Emerald Downs. A sprint for 3-year-olds and up. 1 3-year-old in here. It's number 3, Draw Nigh. And he's making his Emerald Downs debut. Start of the last pick 3 on Saturday. Races 5, 6, and 7. Let's head up to Tom.
Joe and John, we got a field of 7 posted here in this one. I'll look to number 4, Convey to Me, who was simply passed in the late stages of that last outing behind a late charging cause for divorce. He was really closing fast from off the pace that day. I think an equal effort to the last one could be good enough to get the job done here. Convey to Me, number 4, my top pick in the race.
Number 6, Chick Command, I think comes into this race with some early speed to offer. Could be a gate-to-wire threat. Got your 6 on the outside. Certainly a factor. Alex Cruz has the call. 4, 6, and 7 the way I see it here for the 5th.
Okay, that's conveyed to me on top. He's coming off that good effort, finishing second 2 weeks ago. How do you see it, John?
Yeah, you know, I'm going to pick the same horse for probably the similar reasons. As we talked earlier, he kind of got a perfect trip last time. Going into the turn, he's sitting 4th on the outside. There's a 3-horse speed duel in him. Then the rider looked at the horse is full of run. He takes the lead and gets outrun there. Could be he just ran into the wrong horse on the wrong day because it was his best lifetime speed figure, at least it is back to December of last year. So I think just that nice stalking trip and make that move maybe a second later and might get the job done.
Okay. Currently 2-1 on Convey to Me. Could go off just a touch higher according to the dynamic morning line. I'm going to take Tavernell, who finished behind Convey to Me on May 10th. John Lindley's trip note, he did angle wide in there. He had some big wins at 3 different tracks in Oregon. Yeah, a little lesser circuit, but he ran a good maiden race at Golden Gate. He had a good race here last summer, so I think he fits, and I'm predicting a little second out improvement here for the Mike Morris runner. Kevin Krieger aboard. I'll go 5. John and Tom have 4 in race 5.
And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. Post time for the 5th. 5th race today, the Leaf Guard, purse at 5 1/2 furlongs. Just got a shine, steps right up to the mark. Now comes Draw Nigh. Convey to Me under the breakaway blanket. Tavernell the next one. Open slot for Street Gun, that is, from the inside. Street Gun standing by for that spot. Kevin Krieger and Tavernell go in. Now comes Street Gun inside post. Chick Command, one from the outside. Got your 6, last one. They're in the gate. And good start for all. The inside street gun broke smartly, just got a shine. Ranging up as a step slow at the get. And there goes Convey to Me at the inside, right behind the leader now. From between horses, Got Your Six. Chick commands 3 off the rail mid-pack. Then Tavernell directly back of that, length and a half to Draw Nigh, and Just Got a Shine was off to a slow start, trails the field 3/8 of a mile away. They take it around the turn, and Street Gun at the inside, just in front, but Convey to Me is right there as they move to the quarter pole. They're joined by Got Your Six from the outside. In the hunt now as they round the turn and come for home, and Got Your Six puts a nose on the lead. Convey to Me chasing from the inside. Middle of the racetrack comes Tavernell with a late charge. And Chick Command, deep stretch. Got Your Six trying to shake him off. Convey to Me comes back at the inside. Convey to Me finds renewed ambition to win it 3/4 of a length. Got Your Six was second. Tavernell finished third. Street Gun to Draw Nigh. Then back to Chick Command and Just Gotta Shine. Time of the race, 1:04 and 67 100ths. Order of finish on the board. Finishing first, it's number 4, Convey to Me. Second was number 7, Got Your Six. Third came number 5, Tavernell. Fourth was number 1, Street Gun. Running time of the race, 1:04 and 67 100 Results are official. The official winner, number 4, Convey to Me. The 5th race today was the Leaf Guard Purse. In the Michelob Ultra Winners Circle, Convey to Me, owned by Joe Crawford. That's a double for trainer Charlie Essex, and score that a riding triple for the Batman, Silvio Amador. Convey to Me's a 4-year-old gray around gelding by Conveyance from Pulpit Hannah. She was sired by Lucky Pulpit. Bred here in Washington by Katie Farquharson. Look at the prices for the 5th race today. Winner number 4, Convey to Me, $738 on the win ticket. 406, 274 across the board. Number 7, Got Yours 6, 370 and 304 on the place and show. Number 5, Tavernell, $2.90 to show. Winning exact $11.33. Rolling double, $14.44. 50-cent trifecta, $17.90. The 10-cent super, $8.12. The winning pick 3, $19.07. And the pick 4, $77.68. Coming up, the 6th race today, it's the Michelob Ultra Purse at 6 1/2 furlongs. Post time for the 6th race at 4:20. 20 minutes until post time.
It's a family fun weekend right here at Emerald Downs. Kids race on the track tomorrow and family fun events out in the park area today, tomorrow, and Monday. Grandparents race is next weekend, Sunday, May 31st. And that grandparents race has provided a lot of thrills and quite a few entrants after that inaugural running a couple years ago. The Hawaiian shirt giveaway is on our first Friday night, June 5th. First race, 7 p.m. Get your Hawaiian shirt on Friday night, June 5th. It's good for free admission if you wear it back any Friday the rest of the season. Joe Withy and John Lindley just saw Emma Bovary in action. Wow, was she good? She won 10 of her last 11. She won 9 stakes. She won at Santa Anita, Hollywood, Calder, Keeneland, all over the place.
Yeah, I think one of her Calder races was a huge effort there. But as
the
you
Princess
saw,
Rooney,
as you saw at Emerald, she was just a dominating horse here, and it was pretty cool to see her. And it's great that we're able to see her at our 30th year anniversary when you show these clips.
Yeah, she was 2 for 2 here, 2 stakes in 2003. All right, we're coming up on the 6th here on Saturday, the late double, and this is a sprint for older horses as well. All male runners today at Emerald Downs, a bit of a rarity. And 4-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2. Regarding Harry, has the inside post for Jim Gilmore. And regarding Harry, yet another runner up from Turf Paradise in Phoenix. Looking for his first win this year. Emerald Downs debut for the Calbred by Instilled Regard. And mostly 2-turn racings in his recent past.
Yeah, and as we've talked many times, a lot of horses that come back from routes to that 6.5 distance, we all know is kind of a big key move. Now, he does come off a turf race where you could maybe ignore it because he hasn't done well on the turf, although he's kind of run a little better figure-wise on the turf. He just didn't seem to show much, but, it was new connections, and maybe they just didn't really get, to know the horse well. Now that they've had a start, they will. But his previous 2 route efforts were decent efforts and would give him a big chance with the big stretch run today.
Yeah, should be finishing well regarding Harry. And as John mentioned, that the turn back from a mile to 6.5 really can be effective. Alyssa Morales aboard. She got her first win at the meeting aboard Chuckanut Bay there earlier in the card. Number 2 is Go Lent Go, Patricia Laney trainee. And just a lot of solid efforts at Hastings last year, both long and short.
Yeah, especially early in the meet. His very first start, he ran a nice second, followed by a close third and a close fourth. And then you can kind of excuse some of his last races. He caught a wet track, and one race he had significant trouble, and then one race he had a little trouble. I didn't see that. But as you mentioned, has done well sprinting and, had lost route, has a nice workout pattern, and has also a nice stalking style.
I see he was third, just 2 lengths behind Counteract in a sprint at Hastings a year ago. And Counteract would be a strong favorite in this race off his first start at Emerald Downs this year. Go Lent Go, the 2 with Alex Cruz. There's a look at regarding Harry and Go Lent Go. Number 3 is Gentleman's Club, the morning line favorite. Some good efforts at Santa Anita earlier this year and a win in Southern California as well. This will be his Emerald Downs debut. He's been off about 3 months now in the barn of Mike Puich.
Yeah, if you look at his last start, he ran against Open Company at Santa Anita, which means you're going to run against some pretty tough horses there, and he ran a good second at 9-1. As you talked about, he has a little bit of a break, but he does get a weight break. This barn does well with horses coming off short and long layoffs, so I wouldn't be afraid there. He deserves to be favored just off that one effort for 5,000 at Santa Anita. That was a big try.
Yeah, lots of miles, lots of turf racing in his past over the last season and earlier this year. But as John mentioned, that most recent race was at 6 furlongs and a good strong second. There's a look at Go Lent Go for Patty Leaney. And there's Gentleman's Club. Pablo Castillo, the apprentice, to ride this afternoon. Coming out on his toes. Prowling Cat behind him, the 4-horse by Cat Burglar, maiden victory in his most recent start, and he's 1 for 1 at Emerald Downs.
And he had significant trouble in that race. I had him breaking a step slow. I had him in tight quarters, had to steady entering the turn, had to wait for room late turn, and then once he got clear, he drew off to a nice win. He has a right to improve.
I guess. So, improving horse. Was it Turf Paradise? Went route to sprint and won here. Kevin Krieger's back up for Scott Tubbs. There's the 4, Prowling Cat. Number 5 is Giant Impact. Giant Impact just won at Turf Paradise less than a month ago. It was 6 furlongs, pretty moderate pace. Not that moderate, but nonetheless coming off a maiden victory in start 15.
Yeah, but like Prowling Cat comes off his maiden win. It looks like he had needed a race his first start after being running in New York in October, had a bit of a race, and then nice even route race, and then came out and improved. Another horse that should improve. They're going to have to improve, clearly. They're facing some tougher horses, but they are on the improve just in the sense of either trips or the fact that this is his 3rd start after a layoff.
So non-winners at 2. That's Carlo Lopez up for Kimberly Johnston. Liberty Wolf up from Phoenix for Bruce Dillenbeck. Kevin Orozco aboard. And he's running here for the first time, is the 6. And McNamara's outside for Jose Puentes with Silvio Amador beating a nose down in Phoenix in his most recent at 5.5 furlongs as we go to the track for race 6.
Horses are on the track for the 6th race today. It's the Michelob Ultra Purse at 6 1/2 furlongs. Climbing event purse of $9,000. It brings out 3-year-olds and upward. They'll reach the starting gate in just 5 minutes. Post time in 5.
Getting close to the 6th race at Emerald Downs, the Michelob Ultra Purse at 6.5 furlongs, a field of 7 to sprint that distance. These are non-winners of 2 races. Start of our late double, rolling doubles, and 1 remaining, races 6 and 7. Time for track announcer Tom Harris and his selection.
Thank you, Joe. I look to the outside for a long shot play today. That's McNamara, number 7. Opened up at 12-1 morning line. Is getting a little bit of attention here. Down to 8-1. Silvio Amador. Wow, what a day he's having. Sitting on 3 wins on the card. He'll do the guiding for the late running McNamara, who can close from off the pace. I'll use that one on top. Gentlemen's Club certainly looks good. Coming into this one was closely placed up at Santa Anita in the races there. Use him second. Regarding Harry, number 1, good speed, brawls the rail. I goes 7-3-1 here in the 6th.
Okay, a price selection. McNamara, Emerald Downs debut coming up, number 7. Big finish by him, John.
Yeah, Tom called him a late running sort, and I would say yes, it's late running when you make up 9.5 lengths and lose by a nose and 1/8 of a mile. But it's interesting, this horse broke his maiden going wire to wire at Los Al and maiden 50 in a route. So we'll see how late running he is. But if he can make up 9.5 lengths in the stretch, you know he has some ability. But I'm going to go to the favorite here. I think he's, you know, you look at the dynamic morning line and Vince's morning line, and they're accurate. It's right around there. I don't know if his advantage is huge over this field, but he did face open company at Santa Anita in his last start. He has good tactical speed. I give him a slight call over the 2 inside horses, but we'll see if he can get the job done with an apprentice at a 5-pound weight allowance.
Okay, there's a look at Giant Impact right there with Carlo Lopez aboard behind him regarding Harry. Regarding Harry and Giant Impact, both racing at Emerald Downs for the first time as well, as is the favorite Gentlemen's Club, who I'm going to go with you on that one. Just his losses aren't that bad, and a good strong second at Santa Anita on this level. Seems to be training well over the Emerald Downs Oval. John and I on the 3, Tom's on the 7, race 6.
And the horses have reached the starting gate, loading now for the 6th. Going in the gate for the Michelob Ultra Purse, Regarding Harry and Go Let Go, first 2 in. Out comes Gentlemen's Club, 2 off the rail. Prowling Cat looks it over and strolls to the gate. Giant Impact, next one. Liberty Wolf, one from the outside. McNamara, last one. McNamara steps in, all set. And runners away. Good start for Prowling Cat. Giant Impact to Liberty Wolf. One from the outside. Out of the chute onto the main oval they go. And out front, Prowling Cat lays claim to the early lead. Moving through at the inside, Go Lint Go. Giant Impact's in the hunt early on as well. Racing up towards the outside, the long shot McNamara's next. Directly back of that comes Liberty Wolf. Regarding Harry's tucked away neatly at the rail. Two more back to Gentleman's Club as they run on for the far turn. And it's Prowling Cat to take him to the 3/8 marker, in front by a half. Up from the outside, Giant Impact. McNamara is stalking the leaders as well. Moving through the inside comes Regarding Harry, beginning to stir now as they run to the top of the stretch. Out front, it's Prowling Cat, who's been there from gates opening. As they hit the top of the lane, Prowling Cat leads them for the home stretch. A final furlong to go, chased by Giant Impact. On the outside, closing late, is Regarding Harry. And Regarding Harry has hit his best stride now. And coming on from the grandstand side, Prowling Cat, Regarding Harry, those two at the wire. Giant Impact back in third. Go Lint Go followed to Gentleman's Club third last. McNamara and Liberty Wolf. They stopped the clock in 1:17 and 65 100ths. Unofficial order of finish on the board. Finishing first, it was number 4, Prowling Cat. Second was number 1, Regarding Harry. Finishing third, number 5, Giant Impact. And fourth, number 2, Go Lint Go. Running time of the race, 1:17 and 65 100 Sixth race today, the Michelob Ultra Purse. In the Michelob Ultra Winners Circle, Prowling Cat. Owned by Rainier Racing Club and trained by Scott Tubbs. That's a riding double for jockey Kevin Krieger. Prowling Cat's a 4-year-old bay gelding by Cat Burglar from Medicine Gal. She was sired by Tribal Rule. Bred in California by Dowling Farms, LLC. Here's a look at the prices for the 6th race today. Winner number 4, Prowling Cat, takes the photo decision. 11.28 to win, 4.12 to place, 3.02 to show. Number 1, Regarding Harry, 3.68 to place, 2.92 to show. Number 5, Giant Impact, $7.40 to show. Winning Exacta returns $17.91. The Rolling Double, $38.85. 50-cent trifecta, $69. 72 cents, 10-cent super, $53.61. Winning pick 3, $52.83. Coming up, the 7th and final race today. It's the Budweiser Purse at 6 furlongs. Number 2, Higher Performance, will race with blinkers on, number 2. Number 5, Rise Up and Go, will carry 1 pound over. Post time for the 7th race at 4:51, 22 minutes until post time. There's a look at the photo for the win. Candy Kreiderman, contact the claims clerk, please. Trainer Candy Kreiderman, contact the claims clerk, please. Race fans, Friday night racing begins June the 5th. This year, instead of a t-shirt, we're giving away Fab Friday Hawaiian shirts. That's right, Hawaiian shirts. Wear your shirt back on future Friday visits for free admission. Post time Friday nights, 7 p.m. Race fans, don't forget, Family Fun Weekend continues tomorrow, Monday also. It's presented by our good friends at Leaf Guard. It's held in the park area. The kids can enjoy pony rides, face painting, bounce houses, sidewalk chalk, and more. All the activities are free. Tomorrow, in addition to all the park activities, we'll have the kids race on the track for ages 12 and under. Family Fun Weekend continues tomorrow. Post time 1:50. ladies and gentlemen, we did have 2 claims in the 6th race today. Number 2, Go Lent Go, was claimed. The new owner, Rainier Racing Club. The new trainer, Scott Tubbs. Number 2, Go Lent Go, was claimed from the 6th race. Also claimed number 3, Gentleman's Club. The new owner, Hat Trick Racing. The new trainer, Francisco Rodriguez. Number 3, Gentleman's Club, claimed from the 6th race.
Coming up on our 7th and final, this will be the last leg of the Jackpot Pick 6, as well as other multi-race wagers. Yeah, the Jackpot Pick 6, unless there is one winning ticket holder at 6 for 6, the bulk of the pool is going to carry over. So that's pretty likely that we'd have a carryover today because, we had a 9-2 winner last race, but several other winners under 4-1.
Yeah, it could go either way because we've had a 1-5 beat, and then of course we had the
Yep.
even money beat in the last race. But this last race is tricky coming up too. So the big an upset here, there could be one ticket, but more likely than not, you're right. It'll probably carry over. And once we start getting 10, 15, 20,000, you start drawing even more and more money from around the country, and then before you know it, it's a big pool. We'll see if that happens this year.
Yep. Another race to go, and various things can happen, of course. And we did show a promo board for our podcast, Horse Racing Northwest, every week. John was on a week ago. Got a lot of positive response, as usual, from John's appearance. And last week it was Paul Beatty and Todd Peterson. Todd owns My Vino and several other horses. And My Vino is the first two-time winner at the meeting. Paul Beatty from Eli Sports Network has done a great job with his Larry the Sports Cat wagers at elisportsnetwork.com. And he's hit the pick 6 3 times in 5 days. And he's live going into this last race. So good luck to Larry the Sports Cat. This is a maiden race for 3-year-olds at 6 furlongs. Mo Gray has the inside, and he's going to take a lot of interest at the windows because he is 5 for 10 in the top 3, which is better than many others in here. And this year he's 3 out of 5 in the top 3.
Yeah, in his last 2 races, he's run excellent. He was bet down to probably second choice in both of them and ran second in both races, but they were good efforts. He's got the rail, he's got tactical speed, and when you look at the rest of these, they either haven't run too much yet in 1 or 2 starts. They just haven't shown much. He has clearly shown the most of his last 2 starts, and he deserves to be favored. We'll see if it's his turn to win today.
Okay, yeah, several placings in the last 2, as John said, good efforts. Heath Lawrence trainee and Silvio Amador looking for a 4-bagger today on a 7-race card. Mo Gray from the rail. Emerald Downs debut for the horse. Number 2 is Higher Performance. Blinkers on for career start number 3. Raced at Turf Paradise a couple of times, winter and spring. Ran on just a bit in his debut. His second race was also a maiden special weight, no claiming. And a horse shipped over from Santa Anita to win that race, Dutton Song. And Dutton Song won by 4. Now that pace was pretty solid up front. Higher Performance was close to it, going 6.5.
Yeah, you look at that last race and you see 43 4 to the half and 114 and 3 for a maiden race. That's you don't go much faster. So obviously that was a much faster race. This is easier. He has some big positives here. He showed a little bit of early speed after having a troubled start in his debut. He adds the blinkers, he shortens up, and he faces easier. A lot of people are going to look here, and if they do, they probably expect him to go to the lead and never look back.
Okay, yeah, Higher Performance. Carlo Lopez for Luis Ruiz. 3rd career start. First at Emerald Downs. And Lil Slappy will be running here for the first time. Couple of races at Will Rogers Downs in the Midwest at 7,500 maiden claiming earlier this year. Unplaced in both. In the barn of George Rosales. And, we know that stat with Rosales, first time with a horse. He's got some good numbers.
Yeah, this one is kind of hard to figure. His very first start, he did get bet a little bit. Went down to between 6 and 7 to 1. It looks like he kind of ran evenly, and then they put him in a route. It's pretty tough to route off of just one sprint, and then he showed speed and got tired. He's been given a break since then. I think this is a little slightly tougher company, but as you mentioned, the barn's numbers with this type of horse is pretty good, and I think some people look at him for that reason only and kind of ignore his first 2 races. But he got a little bit of a break, and he did get bet in his first start, so we'll see if he can improve today.
Okay, horses coming out into the walking ring for the 7th and final today, racing tomorrow at 1:50. The kids get to race on the track, but boy, for horse fans, a real treat. The 4th race has Slews Tiz Wiz in his 8-year-old debut, and he showed no signs of slowing down at age 7. See that Tiger was sprinter of the meeting. They meet for the first time tomorrow afternoon. There's Monte de Chevre, trained by Ann Wisdom, with Kevin Krieger first off the bench.
Another horse that showed speed in his second start against a little tougher, adds Lasix, and we did see this barn win with the layoff horse in the second race today, the Smoke.
Yeah. Okay, in for 10,000 for his 3-year-old debut, Monte de Chevre. Rise Up and Go from trainer Candy Kreiderman, David Martine aboard. You know, just a couple of willing efforts last year as a 2-year-old.
Yeah, actually ran okay his first start, ran against some tough company there, was kind of wide and then cut inside and then maybe tailed off a little, but has a decent workout pattern and, you know, a little easier company. Another reason, and we've talked many times about Rise Ups, they usually have pretty good early speed. Maybe this one will show more. And Mom could run a little too.
Yeah, and the mom, I'm pretty sure she was out of Bahati. Her name's Bahati Gold, and Bahati, several state champions produced from that dam. There's the 6th Flight Rider from George Rosales with Adrian Castellano.
Yeah, had a little bit of trouble at the start last time, got bumped around a little bit, went into the turn and the rider was aggressively and just didn't really show too much. Maybe drawing a nice outside post will help, but last race had no real excuse in the stretch. This is easier company, however.
Drops from 25,000 to 10 as we've got a little bit of incident there going to the track with Monte de Chevre. There's a look at You Don't Know. He's on the outside for Jim Gilmore. And second-time starter, Alyssa Morales, did ride him down at Turf Paradise, so certainly looking for more after he looked like he had a slow start.
Yeah,
huh?
didn't get out of the gate well. Now, he wasn't bet much in that race either, so it might have been a scenario where the connections kind of knew he needed a race. And, you know, and draws outside here, has a right to improve off that start. He's going to have to improve to threaten, and we'll see if that's the case.
Okay, riders back up on all mounts as we go to the track for the 7th.
And the horses take the track for the 7th and final, a distance of 6 furlongs. It's the Budweiser Purse. Maiden claiming event, purse of $10,000 for maiden 3-year-olds. Reminder number 2, higher performance will race with blinkers on. They'll arrive at the starting gate in just 5 minutes. 5 minutes to post time for the nightcap. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. A late scratch in the 7th race. Number 3, Lil Slappy, has been scratched. Scratch number 3, Lil Slappy, from this, the 7th race. Wagers involving number 3, Lil Slappy,
Win, place, and show wagers can be refunded. There'll be a consolation payoff on the rolling double if you had the winner in the 6th race. Number 4, Prowling Cat, combined to number 3, Little Slappy. That will result in a consolation double. Multi-race wagers, Little Slappy, number 3, will be automatically transferred to the post-time wagering favorite here in the 7th and final race. Late scratch, number 3, Little Slappy, scratched out.
Seventh and final, and note that scratch, Lil Slappy out, a field of 6 now in the finale. Maiden 3-year-old sprinting 6 furlongs. Let's head up to Tom.
All right, Joe, as we head to the nightcap here, I'll go to number 1, Mo Gray. Silvio Amador will be the guiding here. This one has shown good efforts on most outings. Grabbed that inside post for an advantage here today. Mo Gray, my top pick. Monte de Chivray had 2nd here. This one cut out to be a good one. Had a slow start as a 2-year-old, but maybe poised to improve here. I go 1, 4, and 5 here in the 7th.
Okay, 1 on top, and Mo Gray almost certainly to be the favorite here of some good tries. He's looking for that first career victory. John Lindley.
I'm going to go with the same horse for the same reasons that you just mentioned and Tom mentioned. Comes off a couple good efforts, has a nice stalking style, should get a good ground-saving trip. The rider's had a good day today. We'll see if he can cap it off with a win.
Okay, Mo Gray from Printer Heath Lawrence, Silvio Amador already with 3 wins. I gave the 2 the nod, higher performance again, up into that really fast pace down in Phoenix at 6.5 furlongs in early April. He did fade off that, but he's in for a price for the first time. Blinkers on, shortens up, and looked like he had a little bit of speed. So I'll take a shot on the 2, and John and Tom on the 1 here in race 7.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time for the 7th. 7th race, the Budweiser, purse at 6 furlongs. Field set to load now is Mo Gray, first one to go in. Even money favorite locked away now as Higher Performance will be the next one to load. Monte de Chivray steps up. Rise Up and Go, standing by. Gate crew working with Monte de Chivray, number 4. Now comes Rise Up and Go. Flight Rider will be one from the outside. You don't know. Last one. They're in the gate. And runners away. Monte de Chivray bobbled at the break. Good start for Higher Performance, who rushes out for the early lead. Mo Gray settled into stride early, second by a length and a half. Flight Rider is third on the outside, a length more down to Monte de Chivray at the rail. Up along the outside, You Don't Know, second last, and 2 more to Rise Up and Go as they travel on for the far turn. Higher Performance, the leader, clear by 2.5. Mo Gray is right behind in second, span of 3. Back to Flight Rider holding third. Monte de Chivray next. Rise Up and Go follows that one, now called upon. And You Don't Know at the tail. Quarter mile remains as they run to the top of the stretch. Higher Performance, the leader from gates opening, chased by Mo Gray, who swings to the outside for the attack now. They square off with 200 yards to go. Higher Performance digs in, but here goes Mo Gray. Mo Gray takes off to the front. Late say from Flight Rider the outside, but it's too late. Mo Gray going on. Mo Gray to win it by 2 1/4 at the line. Higher Performance to Flight Rider. Rise Up and Go is next. You Don't Know second last, and Monte de Chivray. They stop the clock in 1:11 and 11/100ths. Unofficial order of finish on the board for the 7th race. The 7th race, the Budweiser purse. Finishing first, it's number 1, Mo Gray. Second was number 2, Higher Performance. Third came number 6, Flight Rider. Fourth, number 5, Rise Up and Go. Once again, the running time, 1:11 and 11/100 Results for the 7th race official. The official winner, number 1, Mo Gray. into the Michelob Ultra Winner's Circle, Mo Gray. Owned by Lawrence Racing Stable LLC, trained by Heath Lawrence. Score that 4 winners on the card for the Batman, Silvio Amador. Mo Gray's a 3-year-old bay gelding by Yapon from Kissed by a Star. She was sired by King Mambo. Bred in New York by Stonegate Stables LLC. And a look at the prices for the 7th and final winner, number 1, Mo Gray. $464 on the win ticket, $268, $210 across. Number 2, Higher Performance, $352 and $244 on the place and show. Third, number 6, Flight Rider, $2.14 to show. Winning exacta, $6.01. The 4-3 Consolation Double, $4.80. The winning combo, 4 and 1 on the late double, $16.85. 50-cent trifecta, $4.79. 10-cent super, $2.47. We have a look at the Pentafecta, $48.73 on the winning 50-cent Pentafecta. Late pick 3, $32.34. The pick 4, $143.46. The pick 5 today, $311.56. The 10-cent jackpot pick 6, $98.33. There were no unique winning combinations in the jackpot pick 6. That carryover pool for tomorrow now stands at $5,362.37. Family Fun Weekend continues tomorrow. Fun activities for the kids. Live race action, of course. It's all tomorrow. Post time is 1:50. From all of us here at Emerald Downs, I'm your track announcer, Tom Harris, wishing you all a pleasant good night.